Hello, how are we all doing? Time for some. I'm gonna be honest, I'm coming in hot here. I've been on the wine for at least 3 hours at this point, so we are coming in hot with a stream. It's been a Christmas party in my department, so we're already feeling it. But you know I won't deprive you of it. I've got my bottle of wine and we're ready to start. Getting the Christmas vibes. This could be a Christmas song, fuck it. How is everyone doing? We all alright? I got a fucking... This is my most muted Christmas jumper that I own, because all my good Christmas jumpers are up in Scotland. England gets my rubbish Christmas jumpers. But here we are. How's everyone doing? Everyone alright today? On this very Christmassy 8th of December. Hey, Annabelle B, welcome. I'm liking this cheesy as fuck music that's just sort of... I got in like 20 minutes ago. I've not had time for dinner. I got in. I thought I might have time to heat up some food. I didn't. Set up stream. This fucking cheesy music poured out of me, and here we are. So I hope we're all feeling fine. Should we take a look at what this wine is before we start with the rest of the stream? I've got a feeling this is going to be a very stupid stream. So if anyone wants to get... I feel like I'm going to be pouring out some nonsense tonight, so that's going to be fun. So what wine have we got today? This wine, again, on deal from Sainsbury's, but this is a new one called Phantom River Sauvignon Blanc. I was on the red wine earlier, so this might not be a good idea, but we did switch wines. I've lost track already. Phantom River, it was £5 on deal from Sainsbury's. 12%, not bad. So let's just crack this open and see what it's like. Red and white wine makes the rosé in the tummy, exactly. That's what we're doing. Smells nice. Now it might be that I've just been had some wine already, but this is the nicest wine that I've had on stream for a long time. I want imagine my teeth being flaccid? What does that mean? Hello, Benjamin Wenham. How's it going? Yeah, this is a nice wine. I feel like we've tricked ourselves. We've stumbled upon a nice wine. £5 on deal from Sainsbury's, down from £5.50. So we've made a whole 50p discount tonight. That's how we know it's going to be a good night with those 50p discounts. Good God, have I missed much? You've not missed much. We literally just started. It's just I'm coming in hot today, with some, because I've been at a departmental Christmas party already tonight. So I'm coming in hot with the vibes. So I'm not sure how this stream will go. Probably not the most coherent, but we'll see. 50, yeah, what a steal. £5 down from £5.50. We love to see it, and it's actually not bad. So we're already off to a good start. We got some fucking good tunes. We got some good wine. The vibes, they're off the charts. Oh my god, that sounds horrible. Being in a DVT ward. I hope you're as okay as you can be in that scenario. That sounds really, really bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Um, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. We'll try and make this stream as nice an experience as possible for you as an escape from that terrible situation you're in. Yeah. So, I have not normally a wee peek behind the curtain. Despite the fact that these streams are generally fairly impromptu, I don't have like I don't have much that I necessarily prepare. I generally have a vague idea about what I'm gonna do on the stream. Like something that's annoyed me in the week, something that I've enjoyed throughout the week, some piece of media or something that I'll talk about, whatever. But I have nothing prepared today, so we are fully shooting off the hip from here. The things that have annoyed me. Hello, Akira. How's it going? The things that have annoyed me are things that I'm going to make videos on, so I can't really talk about them. I hope everyone's okay as well. How many folk are we here right now? 19 watching. That's not, 22. We're already up to 22. I hope everyone's, whatever time zone you're at, you're alright. The reason why we're an hour later is because I was at this, I guess I could talk about, did I talk about strikes? No, because it was strikes last week. I think it will. Oh, there was, did I talk about being on strike? I did, last stream I did. Yeah, I mean, my feelings on the Wednesday Adam show. To be fair, I am being melodramatic about it, which I think is only fair if you're going to talk about an Addams Family property, to be melodramatic about it. But I did not enjoy it. And we will talk about the various reasons why. One thing that I will say, because it doesn't fit into the various critiques that I'll be levelling, is that Jenna Ortega's performance was the standout thing about the show. She did nothing wrong. She did her best with the material that was given to her, and she saved that show. Melodramatic about the media? How dare you? I am adequately dramatic about the media, and that's why I came to the conclusion that Chicken Run is the single greatest piece of communist art that's ever been made. I am doing a classic me thing with this video, this Addams Family video, where I was like, I can do this, I won't have to do much reading, it'll be a nice fun end of year bit, and I have so many books downloaded. I've downloaded so many books. But it should be a fun video. Got some fun wee plans and some fun wee structures about that, but we won't talk about that too much today because that's a video topic, and that'll be fun for everyone to see once it's actually out. I don't think the production design was also great. I mean, I think that Jenna Ortega is basically the only saving grace of that show. I don't think the production design was very good. Welcome, innocent fugitive. We were all waiting for you. We can finally start now that you've arrived. We were all just sitting here in silence until you came. I am also dramatic about my stance that it is fun to watch, but if you think about it too much, it falls apart, even when it's invited you to think about it. Yeah, I mean, it's the show. It's not coherent in any way, and if you follow the logical progression of its thematic implications, it's leads you to some troubling places. Did I watch any other TV shows? Have I seen anything else that's recently that's fun? Trying to think if I've seen anything else since then that's my hair's magical today. Thank you. It's because I was wearing a hat because it's cold. What else? What have I seen? I've not seen all that much. I went to see Matilda. The Matilda movie, which was alright. It was another one that was a bit of a mess, and it's interesting comparing the movie of the musical to the musical on the stage. That's quite interesting, and also comparing the musical to the movie. It's the movie of the musical is so much worse. I mean, like it's fine. The musical is fine. I had a good time. The music's good. It's fun. Lots of good performances. Miss Trunchbull's very good in it. Very fun role. The song "When I Grow Up" is magical. I love that song. It's so nice. But as a story of Matilda, the movie was a bit mixed. Like it didn't quite hit the notes that the story aims to get, and it misses a lot of like the fun stuff. Obviously, it lives in the shadow of the Danny DeVito movie. And it doesn't compare favourably to the Danny DeVito movie. The Danny DeVito movie is still much better. Hello, Sanan, how's it going? We were just talking about the Matilda. A good example of the way in which the Danny DeVito movie is better than the musical is the sort of climax of Everything Lives in Danny DeVito's Shadow. That is true. The climax of the movie has Miss Trunchbull being thrown out by Matilda's magic, and then the kids do a song, and like, fine. But it doesn't really capture that sort of essence of the kids revolting against Miss Trunchbull that the movie does, where the movie has all the kids collectively throwing Miss Trunchbull out, throwing their food at her, and Bruce Bogtrotter throwing pieces of cake at her. That all that stuff is just that's just better. It just makes more sense thematically, and as a movie, it's nice to see the kids get their own back. Thank you. It is a festive jumper. It's my most muted festive jumper. Said at the start that all my fancy Christmas jumpers are in Scotland. Did they cut or add any plot points and songs? Because I swear the kids weren't really active in the plot. They did cut a lot of songs, but I think the songs that they cut were of the parents, Matilda's parents, and Miss Honey, and straight up the weakest part of the Matilda musical, and the movie it's so classist. Like the way that Matilda's parents are portrayed is vicious, and it's anti-working class sentiment. The mother is made up like Vicky Pollard from Little Britain, and like the first thing is like she's like, oh, I don't know how I got pregnant. I don't know that. I don't understand. And it's like, yeah, this is clear. This is clear fucking classism, and it's really, really vicious and ugly. So that like really, I don't know if it's an inescapable bit of the story, because Danny DeVito managed to escape it, and I think it's, I don't know if it's an inescapable bit of the story, but certainly something that you can tell the difference between transposing it to America, where Danny DeVito's character is like an entrepreneur. He's not like working class, but he's like the entrepreneurial class, which is a different kind of of like classism that exists, and I don't think that they had to do that for Matilda. Like, it's set in the 80s. There's like so many types of middle class parenthood that they could that they could have like adapted. And what role does Danny DeVito isn't in the new one? Danny DeVito is the director of the 90s. Was it 92 or something? 95. The 90s movie, Danny DeVito directed it, and he played Matilda's dad in that. He wasn't in this one, but obviously lives in his shadow. I mean, Danny DeVito being a crooked car salesman is it's a different kind of thing, because that's kind of like a crooked. He owns his own business. It's a very different. It's a different kind of thing, and it's not like played. It's not played in the same sort of way, and especially like the way that the movie, the Matilda musical, begins with the mother not knowing she's pregnant while having a thick Essex accent, while being dressed like Vicky Pollard from Little Britain, is vicious and horrible. Like, it's, you could critique the way in which Danny DeVito is portrayed in that movie, or the kinds of class politics at work, but it's not as vicious. Yeah, they're fully equating not just working class to stupid. They're equating working class to stupid, and working class to like breeding unknowingly, which is like deep like veins of anti-working class sentiment that's like through British politics, and specifically emergent during the Thatcher era, where this movie takes place. So it's like, it's vicious in how horrible it is in terms of its class politics. This movie is really, really vicious, and it could have been avoided. I think. I don't think it's that hard to avoid that. Like, I mean, yeah, Roald Dahl was classist, but I don't think that means that it can, like, you can adapt it to be different. I don't think that's I don't think it's inescapable from the story. I think you could very easily adapt the kind of abuse that Matilda goes through with especially if it's set in the Thatcher era, with an emergent sort of middle class family that was present during the Thatcher era. That kind of entrepreneurial family that was present. Like, I don't think it's something that was necessary to the story. But the way they did it in the Matilda musical was horrendous. I understand why they cut the songs from the parents, because they must have on some level been like, yeah, these parents, this is really bad. This is not good stuff. I did like Miss Honey's song. Miss Honey's song was nice. looking down on car salesmen is an interesting thing, because I would consider someone who owns their own garage and sells cars to be like not working class. Like, that's a petty bourgeois family. Someone who owns a business like that and sells their cars. Like a crook, a petty bourgeois crook. But I wouldn't have ever considered Danny DeVito's character to be working class. Hello, Bingo Punko, how's it going? Yeah, that was 100% the worst part of the film, by massive degrees. Another weird part is like comparing the Bruce Bogtrotter scene, where Bruce Bogtrotter in between the Danny DeVito one and the musical, you get much more of a sense of Bruce Bogtrotter getting pushed on by his schoolmates. They're all like, yeah, Bruce, you can do it. You don't really get that sense in the musical, which is weird, and it doesn't work as well. And there's like various bits that just don't work as well in the musical, and I think part of that is that they've cut so much, so there's less character work going on. It just doesn't quite fit so well, and there's like general problems with the translation from a stage musical to a film musical. Is like, it's also very long. It's way too long. Like, I enjoyed the stuff with Miss Honey's parents, but I'm not sure it was that needed. Yeah, it's an odd film. I had fun. The funniest fucking thing about Matilda, when I was leaving the cinema, this lady was talking to her very, very young child, like maybe 7 or 8 year old child, and this lady turned to her wee child and was like, she was walking past me and she was like, that was a load of rubbish. It wasn't believable at all. And the little girl was like, why not? And she was like, nobody is that good at everything. Nobody is that good at maths and English. It was just very silly film. And I was just sitting there like, what? How could you leave Matilda and say that to a little girl? Like, that's horrendous. Like, if you didn't like the film and you were a mother, you could just be like, wasn't it nice? Yeah, she was a very, very smart little girl. She was very determined. She had a good sense of justice, isn't that? And she's like, and this woman was just like, a load of rubbish. You could never be that good. It was really weird. Strange. That was the strangest thing of seeing Matilda. What was I good? I had something else in my head there, but I've forgotten it. Never mind. Shall we? All right. I will make a new track, and we can figure out what we're gonna talk about on today's stream, because we've already covered Matilda, so I don't know where we're gonna go next. But we'll figure it out. Let's have a tune. Okay, I don't know what that is, but that's what we've produced here. How are we all doing then? Any questions or topics? Drew home country but excluded Aberdeen. I mean, yeah, fair enough. The thing about Aberdeen is, so Scotland's much more Tory than people think. But if there's an area of Scotland that's more Tory than any other part of Scotland, then it's Aberdeen. Does anyone know about, Kit Harington and his wife Egret, whatever her name is, Rose Leslie, I believe, Egret from Game of Thrones. She's from Aberdeenshire. Not just they're not just rich Tory lot. Rose Leslie is, I believe that's her name. Her dad was a Tory councillor for Aberdeen, an Aberdeen council. But he got fired from the Conservative Party for being too corrupt. Now imagine that. Imagine being too corrupt for the Conservative Party of Great Britain. He refused to. I think he had huge council debts as well. He refused to pay council tax on his castle, and Kit Harington helped him to buy out his castle. So Rose Leslie's extremely, like, not just right wing for the Tory party, but like far right father could keep his castle, and then they got married in the castle. So yeah, they are, and that's just like standard Aberdeen council shit. They are very far right. Yeah, Kit Harington helped to buy out his castle is not a good sentence, is it? Yeah. So Jon Snow and his what his wildling lady is called, I forget, in Game of Thrones. Both of them are just extremely posh. Like the posh that you go like, oh man, I thought I knew what posh was, and then you hear about those two and you're like, oh fuck, they're posh. Yeah, I'm willing. That's acting, yeah. Maybe they're not terrible people, but I'm pretty sure they are. And her dad, Rose Leslie's dad, is a real nasty piece of work. A real horrible bastard. Oh! Fuck, you know what I watched that you can watch me melt down about is talking about castles. I watched the Christmas film that's, I think, on Netflix. It is on Netflix actually, called A Castle for Christmas. Would you like to watch me lose my mind about Netflix's Christmas movie, A Castle for Christmas? Is this something you lot would like to watch? Bearing in mind, I have been drinking for 5 hours at this point. Can't imagine anyone saying no. Yeah, yep, okay. Give me 1 second. So, A Castle for Christmas is a Christmas movie starring Oh, who's it starring? It's got like, it's the two leads are very like, one of the leads is Carrie Ellis from A Princess Bride, played Wesley in Princess Bride. So you know, this is sad for me on a personal level to watch this actor who is in one of my favourite movies of all time reduced to A Castle for Christmas. Who else is in it? So Carrie Ellis and Brooke Shields, they are the main cast in A Castle for Christmas. Carrie Ellis is doing what I can only describe as the second worst Scottish accent I've ever heard in my life. The worst being one that I will not talk about on stream because it could negatively impact my life. But the second worst the second worst Scottish accent I've ever heard in my life. After mine, sure. And Brooke Shields. So the plot of this movie, right? Fuck me. The plot of this movie is that Brooke Shields is an author of novels. What kind of novels? Doesn't matter. It's not mentioned. But she's a very famous author. The sort of famous author that she couldn't walk down the street without people stopping her and asking for photos. Which I'm not really sure that kind of author exists. Like, I'm fairly certain, even if someone as hated and prolific as J.K. Rowling, who like is the most famous author in the world, I think she would probably still be able to walk down the street without people noticing who she is. Whatever. Maybe one or two, maybe, but I don't know. Like I don't know, but like it's not like one or two people recognize her. It's that every single character in this movie knows who she is, approaches her, and is intimidated by how famous she is. I just don't think that's a thing that exists. So this author she's American, which is important. Fuck, I hate this movie. She has written a real stinker of a book. Nobody likes her book, and she's on Drew Barrymore's show, played by Drew Barrymore. In this movie, Drew Barrymore is in this movie, which is great. Yeah, J.K. Rowling. Yeah, that's true, Michelle H. So she writes a stinker of a book, goes on the Drew Barrymore show, and has a quote breakdown where she just basically says, "You hated my book, fuck you." Okay, whatever. And then decides to escape New York, because it's such a hard life when you're a multi-millionaire author and people don't like your book. It's a real hard time. It's a real hard time. And she decides to go back. She decides to go to Scotland. She calls her daughter, her adult daughter, and the movie does this weird thing. Let's see if I can find an image for you and get it on screen, because it's hard to describe. It does this weird thing with like phone calls where they clearly didn't have the budget for filming actors in different locations, so they did this weird thing with phones, where they like put the phone screen on the screen so it looked like a YouTube video. Let me see if I can find this. it's really strange. I might not be able to find it, but I'm gonna keep up this image. Oh my god, this image cache is so bad. Ugh. Yeah, so they she calls up her daughter, and her daughter's like, just go away, just you're having a hard time, just take a break, go to Scotland or whatever. I don't remember. That you can see the contact name and number? No, it's much worse than that. It's like if someone's doing a FaceTime, they put the phone, they put like this on a whole side of the screen, except like it's a full face that's inside the phone, and they just like sort of plug that on the screen. It's really weird. I've never seen anything like it on a movie. It's really, really strange. I don't know who came up with that idea, but whoever it was doesn't deserve a job. It was really bad. So anyway, she goes to Scotland, and fuck. So she arrives in Scotland at Edinburgh Airport. I think her dad grew up in Scotland or something. Her dad grew up in Dunbar. So she arrives at Edinburgh Airport, and a taxi driver is waiting for her, and the taxi driver talks in like a Doric accent. It's got an Aberdeenshire accent. For anyone who doesn't know, Doric is like an Aberdeenshire dialect that's notoriously difficult to understand. This guy doesn't really use Doric, but has like inflections of Aberdeenshire accent. If you've ever seen the movie Brave, the character who you can't understand in that movie has a Doric accent. Doric is like language. It's a really weird thing. It's a fun little language that's spoken by really few people in like Aberdeenshire. And this guy has like a slight inflection of Aberdeenshire accent, and he says like, alright, I'm here to take you up to Dunbar. And the lady's like, I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're saying. And I was just like, just listen to him. It's not that hard. He's not difficult to understand. Just listen to his fucking voice. He's like, I'm just saying that I'm gonna take you up to Dunbar. She's like, I'm sorry, are you talking English? And I was like, you fucking person. What language do you think they're talking? This very easy to understand accent. Why are you being like this? And so, fucking Mr. Doric takes her up to Dunbar. And the trail that this taxi driver takes to Dunbar. Now, let me get up a map. Let me get up a fucking map. Okay, so we're here. This one has sound. This one has sound. Okay, we'll figure this out because this is important. Here we are. Here we are. Okay, figured it out. I have gotten through it. We'll return to this rant. Here we go. Okay. Here we are. So I'm still annoyed, so don't worry. Fucking OBS. So let's do a wee zoom in on the old Scotland. So here, this fucking person picks her up in Edinburgh Airport. You can see Edinburgh here, right? That's Edinburgh. We all following this? Easy enough. And he wants to take her in his fucking tartan taxi. He wants to take. Hello, Jory. We're doing well. I'm annoyed about a movie. He wants to take her via his tartan taxi to Dunbar. Dunbar is about here. I can't see right now, but it's like around about there. It's not far. It's like, I don't know, 20-25 minutes. Not far. Now, where this taxi journey takes her is up through the Highlands, up here, fucking to Glencoe, and then up through Glencoe, through the Cairngorms, and then we get no indication of that he's turned back, but he somehow ends up back in Dunbar. So this taxi driver's taking him in like a fucking grand, like £1,000 taxi journey, in his fucking tartan taxi up through the Highlands, like a 10-hour journey, like a fucking 10-hour journey. And this lady, I mean, fair play to him. If he's spotted a fucking mark, he's spotted a fucking mark. And he takes this lady up through the Highlands. And it's like, yeah, sure, I'll take you to Dunbar. Let's just go to fucking Aberdeen first. That'll be fine. I'll take you to. At one point, he goes to fucking Ayr, which is down in the other side, which is like here. What are you talking about? Ayr. And then he eventually ends up back in Dunbar. Again, 25 minutes from Edinburgh. But they've gone through the Highlands. And we're back. And so, fucking, this lady goes through the Highlands in her fucking tartan taxi, pays probably about £1,500 for this taxi journey that is 25 minutes long in the end. And ends up in Dunbar. And goes into this fucking pub. Goes into this fucking pub. Edinburgh Dunbar's mostly grey buildings, the best in it. No, I mean that's true. Just don't set your film in Dunbar. If you want it to be in the Highlands, just set it in the Highlands. I don't get it. Why does it have to be in Dunbar? It's like, oh, I mean Dunbar has a nice swimming pool. When I was a kid, excuse me. When my mother was pregnant with me, my brother sent her down a pool in Dunbar swimming pool, which had the flume, which had a 10-foot drop at the end of it. She was like 8 months pregnant with me, and my brother sent her down that flume, saying it was nice and nice and gentle, and she flew off the 10-foot drop of that while she was pregnant with me. So you know, Dunbar's fine. It's got a good swimming pool. But if you want your Christmas movie to be set in the Highlands, just set it in the Highlands. Don't why have you named it Dunbar? Why have you made it Dunbar as your Highland location for this? It's bizarre. It's not even a castle. It's not even a castle for Christmas. Like it's like a manor a stately house. This is me getting annoyed. So anyway, this lady ends up in Dunbar. And she goes into this fucking pub. And it's like the worst vibes pub I've ever seen in my life. There's just a bunch of people knitting in it. They're just knitting, and they call themselves the Knitters. And they're really weirdly friendly. And if you've ever been to a pub in Scotland and people are that friendly, something's wrong. Something is deeply wrong. And there are conflicting theories about this between me and my flatmate. Personally, I think it's a cult, because the Knitters become integral to the plot. They are there in every second scene. They're around the castle when the castle turns up. They are around the village. They're knitting things. They're knitting covers for phone boxes. They're everywhere. They become our protagonists' only friends. And I'm just thinking, this is a Wicker Man situation. Like, they are ready to burn her in a knitted Wicker Man. That's what I think. That's my particular theory about this movie, because they are fucking creeps. One of them doesn't talk, and it's this big man. He doesn't talk. They're like, oh, he doesn't talk since his husband left. And I'm like, you took his tongue, didn't you? You absolutely stole his tongue. You replaced his tongue with a knitted tongue because he failed to live up to your expectation as the Knitters cult. That's what happened, isn't it? That's what I believe happened. They're freaks. And the other theory that my flatmate had is that they're conning this lady out of buying a fake castle, which, you know, that could track with everything that happens in the movie. Whatever. There's this horrible pub. Everything's tartan, the vibes are awful, the Knitters are there, and all the Knitters are like, oh my god, are you this famous author? And she's like, oh, guilty. It's really weird. And she's like, there's double audio? Sorry, is there two audios on the go? Sorry, let me deal with the double audio. Oops. Is it just a normal audio now? Back to one, John. Okay, so we're back out the horror film vibes. We've dealt with the fucking Knitters and their creepiness. The fucking cult Knitters. We've dealt with them. We can move on to the weirdness of the castle. So, our intrepid hero, after dealing with the Knitters, goes up to the castle because something like her dad used to work at the castle or something. So she's like, I want to visit this castle. And she goes in and she meets Carrie Ellis with his terrible Scottish accent. I don't know if I've spoken about this on stream before, but like, the way that Scottish accents work in Hollywood is they must have just one dialect coach, because they all do this. They all like pronounce their I's. Like, they don't say I, they say I, which is it sounds really weird. They're like, I am a Scottish man, and this is how I talk. And that's what Carrie Ellis is like. It's fucking weird. He's like, I am Dunbar, the lord of this fucking Mike Myers' Scottish accent is better than these folks. He's like, Dunbar, the lord of, sorry, the duke or whatever of Dunbar Castle in Ayrshire. Now he says Ayrshire. this fucker, he says, he's like, I am the Duke of Dunbar in Ayrshire. And she looks out the window and there's Highland cattle about. And I'm just like, so have you just decided that Dunbar is in Ayrshire now? Is this the thing? Is this what's happened? We've just decided that Dunbar is in Ayrshire. We've just plodded it down. We've taken it from the lowlands and just flumped it in the Highlands. Is that what's happened? And it's fucking bizarre. So he's just like, yeah, this fucking, we're in the Highlands now. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. We're doing it live. It's fucking weird. And so he gets introduced, and this lady is like, oh, my dad, Philip McGinty, because they've decided to give her the family name of McGinty, because they're like, what's the worst name that we can think of? McGinty, let's do it. They're like, oh yeah, this is my dad used to work here, so I'm gonna see this place. And then she decides that because the place is in disarray, she's going to buy it. She's going to buy this castle to make sure that to rescue it from disarray. Now, I am not that keen on stories where American billionaires come to Scotland and buy our land. I'm not that keen on that. It's not something, in my mind, I'm like, oh, that's romantic. I'm like, that's horrible. Not too keen on that, if I'm gonna be totally honest. But the reason posited why this Duke, or whatever they've called him, is selling the castle is because he's the landlord to Dunbar, and he wants to make sure that all the people in Dunbar don't have a horrible landlord. He wants to make sure they've got all the land that they need. So, and all the people of Dunbar, including the Knitters Club, who, as we have discussed, are a cult, are like, oh yes, he's such a lovely landlord. He's such a lovely landlord. It's so good. He's really we all love him so much, and we're really sad that he's in some money trouble because of his dad, who gambled a lot. But he's such a lovely landlord. So the reason he sells the place is to make sure that they have a place to live. And I was just like sitting there going, just give them their houses. If you care about it, just give them. Just give it's fine. They want their house, just give them it. It's fine. Oh, you're going broke? Just give them the houses. Oh, you own the land? Give it to them. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If you need to sell it for £1. Sell them their land for £1. It's fine. Just give them their land. Just give it to them. Do you know how much land in Scotland is privately? Give them their land. So much land in Scotland is privately owned. Give them their land. It's like, I was just sitting there going, you piece of shit. Give them their land back. So that's like the main thing of the story. Then this lady is like, the setup to the love story is this lady being like, I'm gonna buy your fucking castle because I'm rich and you're a dickhead. And he's like, I'm Scottish. This is my Scottish accent. This is how I sound. It's like, fine, whatever. Now, what we get introduced to when in these scenes when this lady is trying to buy the castle is that you're saying that you're against the distinguished title scam. Yeah, I've had YouTuber friends of mine email me and be like, John, what do you think of this titles thing that they're offering to sponsor me? Do you think it's okay if I take the sponsorship deal? And I just have to be like, no. Why do you think that would be okay? Of course I don't think it's okay if you're being sponsored by someone who's selling the notoriously, ludicrously privatised landmass of Scotland to random people. Like, even if it was real, and not a scam, obviously I would not be happy with that. Right? I had people like message me, be like, "Oh, is this okay?" Be like, "No, man, it's not okay. Don't do this." I'm gonna change up the song, and then we're gonna get back because we're about to get into some gay shit. Gay shit, in the most positive sense of the word. So you want to hear more about the Christmas Prince? Not the Christmas Prince, sorry, A Castle for Christmas. There's too many Christmas movies. So, this movie, I said I was going to talk about the gay shit in this movie. This movie almost would have been interesting because, hello, what's therapy? Because in this movie, you know who has no chemistry at all are Carrie Ellis and the actress who's the two romantic leads. Zero chemistry. In fact, they have negative chemistry. When eventually they get to the moment when they're going to kiss, this is how they kiss. And I apologize for this. A content warning for what I'm about to do. This is how they kiss. It's so bad. It's so grim. They clearly hate each other. They look like Brooke Shields. That's right. They look like Super Mario. You know the fish in Super Mario. They look like that when they're trying to kiss. Yeah, it's really bad. It's so bad. But there's a character in this movie. Scottish actor. He's got a normal voice, normal accent. And he plays like the groundskeeper or like the handyman in the castle that Carrie Ellis lives in. And he's known Carrie Ellis his whole life, and they share lots of stories together. And they're like, oh, remember when we were children and we had these toys together? And every time they're in a scene together, the chemistry between those two is electric. Like they look at each other, and they don't look at each other like a normal friendship, right? You might look at each other like this. I'll take my glasses off just so you can see my eyes. The way that a normal friendship might look at each other, you might be like, yeah, he's my friend, I like him, it's normal. The way these two look at each other is like this. Like, even when Brooke Shields is there's a scene where the handyman is serving them breakfast, and Carrie Ellis and Brooke Shields are looking at each other like this. And then when the handyman comes in, Carrie Ellis looks at him like this. And it's like, oh, it's electric. You can feel the chemistry. And he's always wearing a kilt, this handyman, which I was annoyed at first. But like, since we know that those two are definitely have something together, I'm fine with it. Like, it's fully like those two they like, I am convinced that those two actors have just decided that they were like, this movie is terrible, let's make it gayer, which I fully support, 100% support. That should have been a movie like honestly, like a movie about like a duke and a handyman who like, there's a whole plot point in this movie where Carrie Ellis is like, oh yes, I used to have a love, but she was a commoner, so my parents didn't appreciate that, and I could never find love. And you're like, okay, fine, whatever. So he finds love with his commoner billionaire. Shite. What it should have been is that Carrie Ellis was in love with the handyman who's from the village, and his parents, being bastards, being fucking aristocrats, were like, you can't marry the help. And the whole movie should have been him overcoming that fear, finally sticking it to his parents, and accepting the love, the gay love between himself and his handyman. Not only is there a class difference, there's a clear, like, anti-heteronormativity. That would have been good. You could have made that fine. You could have made a passable movie out of that. You didn't need Brooke Shields. It would have been something. Instead, it's just really, like, the sexual tension between those two is profound. So that's the that's the other sort of side of this movie. And so they go through all this shit, and like at one point she's like, oh yeah, I'm buying this house, whatever. Where would the landlord have? Just give them, like I say, just give them their land. Just give it to them. Just give them their land. Just give them the land. It's fine. Just give them the land. Doesn't matter if you're in debt. Just give them the land. Do you own the land? Give it to them. It's fine. So they go through all this fucking shit. Every time the lady goes into the pub, the knitters are at the pub knitting. Never seem to be knitting anything. They don't seem to complete any knitting project. They just knit. They just knit. That's all they do. But she visits so often, and then at one point, and this is the single worst scene of the film, and it's a scene that made me literally scream. Where the Lord Carielis, the Duke of Dunbar, Carielis walks into this fucking knitters pub where there's horrendous tartan everywhere, the worst tartan you've ever seen. Annabelle, you're on thin ice. You're on thin ice there. Walks into this pub, and everyone's like, "Oh, thank everybody! It's the Duke of Dunbar. Woo! Great, yeah! We all love this guy." Everyone cheers him. There's like really, really awkward looking fucking extras in the background. It's been like, "Hey, we've been paid £4 to be here for half an hour." And he walks in, and then someone goes, "Are you going to treat us to a song?" And every part of my body wanted to stand up and run when I heard that. Every part of me was like, "John, what's coming next is going to hurt you on a psychological level. This is going to be the worst thing you've ever seen." And Carrie Ellis is like, oh no, I'm not going to do a song, because that's his Scottish accent. No, please don't make me do a song. This is how he sounds. And they're like, oh no, Dunbar, do a song. And this fucking... So I don't know if anyone knows, has anyone in chat, has anyone heard of session musicians? Not like session as in for popular music, but like in Scotland you have sessions in particular pubs you go to. People come along with fiddles and like banjos or mandolins, guitars, sometimes a drum, and they'll like play trad music, and it's often really fun. So what this film did... Oh, Pinko Pungut's worse. What this film did is it took that concept, and the song that they played, instead of a trad song or a traditionally Scottish song, they played the song Loch Lomond. Now, I'm not sure if this will annoy everyone as much as it annoys me, because I used to work weddings. I've worked maybe over 100 weddings in my time, and every wedding ends with Loch Lomond. And Loch Lomond goes, you'll take the... so it's like, you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and you'll be in Scotland before, and I'll be in Scotland before you. And it's a terrible song. I hate it. I really hate it. It really annoys me. So they start singing this fucking song. It's not a trad song. It's just a fucking... It's like written in like the 80s or something. And they're like, will you sing a traditional Scottish song for us, Dunbar? And he starts singing this. And the way he sings this song is like this. I'll tack the high road and you'll tack the low road, and I'll be in Scotland before you. And it goes on like that for 5 minutes. And I was losing. I literally was like, I was screaming. I had my arm over my mouth. I was like, ah! Like, the way that they said tack specifically, like nobody says that. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'll tack the high road and you'll tack the low. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hope the knitters put you in their giant fucking wicker man of knitting. I hope they take you and burn you alive, you outsider. It was the worst. This was the worst time I've had watching a film in a long time. This you'll tack the high, and it's not just tack, it's tack the high. The way they say high, like, oh, you'll tack the high road. I'm like, ugh. And these poor musicians. They obviously got relatively competent musicians who are like, yeah, we can play some trad music. Yeah, sure. There's a rich ongoing history of Scottish trad music. Oh, you want us to play from this song from the 80s. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. And you want to use a Scottish accent and say tack instead of take. You know what Loch Lomond is like outside Glasgow, right? That's not how people outside Glasgow talk. Okay, fair. Okay. And then they played this song. And this was the low point of my viewing, of my already, I'm gonna say, not exemplary viewing experience of this Christmas movie. Yeah. And then he finished singing this song, and everyone cheered and loved it. And so going forward, you have the various things, bullshit shit happens. They fall out, they get back together, they have sex. The housekeeper is there every step of the way, because fundamentally the housekeeper is the love interest of this movie. Despite the text. And then the final scene is Christmas time. It's Christmas time and they've had a fight, and Carrie Ellis turns up to Brooke Shields' hotel room in the pub, the Knitters pub, and he turns up in this kilt, which is so fucking funny. Here's some context. So recently, I was out with someone who was wearing a plaid dress, and someone we were talking to looked at that plaid dress and was like, "Oh, is that his tartan?" And I was like, "What? Why would you say that? What do you mean is this my tartan? Do you think I insist that anyone who's around me wears my tartan? What?" And so in this movie, the lady wears his tartan, and it is the worst tartan. It's the most bright, lurid, steaming tartan I've ever seen in my life. And the climax of the movie, fucking Carrie Ellis turns up in a horse-drawn carriage or some shit, and he's wearing this horrible tartan, and he's wearing this kilt, and it's like the most obviously hired kilt I've ever seen. Like, when you hire a kilt, it's quite expensive. It's like 60 to 100 quid to hire a kilt. You can tell, for Americans watching, you can tell when someone hired a tuxedo compared to a high quality tuxedo that say a billionaire or a lord might wear. You can tell that. Similarly, you can tell when someone's wearing the cheapest fucking kilt that they could possibly find. And Carrie Ellis turns up in the cheapest fucking kilt that they could possibly find, wearing this plastic bow tie. And the lady comes out and she's like, "Oh, I'll wear your tartan too. Yeah, this is the Dunbar tartan. Also, I've decided to go by my maiden name, which is McGinty." The maiden name of this lady is McGinty. She's like, "Oh, it's such a more dignified name. My name's McGinty. Hello, I'm Ginty McGinty." Why not call yourself, like, why McGinty? There's so many names. Just like, I don't know, McEwen, Mackenzie, McDonald would be better. McGinty. Oh, this is my name, fucking McGinty. Like the worst fucking name in the world. It's like, "Oh yeah, please call me McGinty from now on. This is my heritage." It's McGinty. And then Don Dunbar's like, "Oh, it's a beautiful name. Yeah, McGinty, I love that name. It's fucking, that's my shit. I've always wanted to be with a McGinty." And McGinty and Carrie Ellis turn up to the fucking castle, which, let me find. They've decked out in this like horrendous way. They've like decked out the castle in this like horrible way. Okay, let me. The sound's gonna cut out for a moment while I fix this. Here we are back again. So this is the castle normally. It's fine. It's not a castle. It's more of a sort of stately home, whatever. Also something to note. So this castle, not to be too nitpicky, but this is a castle which is clearly neo-Gothic in style, meaning at its earliest it would be like 18th century, probably more likely 19th century. Yeah, more of like a manor, more of a country house thing. It's not really a castle, and it's not particularly old. Like, you've got so many old castles in Scotland, like near where I live, similar distance from Edinburgh. Not where I live, where I grew up, similar distance from Edinburgh. You've got castles that go back to the 13th century, old castles. They picked this manor, whatever, and they keep being like, "Oh yeah, these are the original 12th century roofs of this castle." And it's like, is it though? Because it's clearly Victorian. Hello, Naomi. We're talking about a terrible movie. So this is what it looks like normally. Oh my god. Here we are. Oh, okay. If you want to look at, so look how bad this is. This is the kilt. This is the kilt. The kilt that Carrie Ellis wears. That's like the most clearly fucking like hired 60 quid kilt, and the steaming tartan. Look at that. It's a horrible tartan. It looks like a tablecloth. Looks like something you get in like a terrible cafe covering the table. And Brooke Shields wears his tartan because she's like, "Yes, I'll wear his tartan. I'll show respect and wear his tartan." It's so bad. It's so profoundly bad. But can't you tell? Look at look at the chemistry between them, just evident in this fucking scene. Look at that. the clear dynamic fucking chemistry between these two. Castle for Christmas. That's the scene where they first kiss. It's so gross. Oh yeah, so they've got this scene here where she runs into his bathroom. She runs into his bathroom and she, like, by accident, and it's supposed to be like a sort of sexy, like, ooh, I've walked in on you in the bathroom. It's the most sexless thing. It's like, he's like, the vibe coming from him isn't like, oh, I'm trying to seduce you. It's like, I have no concern about whether or not a woman sees me naked, because women are I don't concern myself with them. It's so bizarrely, like, static and clinical, and absolutely sexless, and it's bizarre. The vibes are horrendous in this scene. And he asks her to give him his whiskey bottle, and it's like clearly in reach. Just pick it up. Come on. Oh. See, okay, so here's the knitters. These are the knitters in their fucking pastiche of a pub. This old lady, and this lady here, who I think is the most dangerous of them. There's something about her that I just don't trust. Terrible. Yes. So this is how they do up that castle. This is the one image I was looking for. The castle that we saw before, the manor that we saw before a few seconds ago, is like, it's nice. The people who light up and are responsible for those castles know how to light up those things. They know how to make them look good. This Netflix show was like, yeah, fuck that. We're gonna make it look like an American house. We're gonna make it look like Jingle All the Way. It's gonna look terrible. And they've done it. I don't know how they managed to make that house so horrible. Oh, Annabelle, it all looks like it's from a soap opera. A soap opera has a much better image than this does. This is a sort of film where absolutely everybody involved is there for the paycheck, and nobody is putting in the effort, which I can respect, because, you know, fuck it. But yeah, no, it's real bad. It looks real bad. But this is how they do up the castle. So here it is normally. And here it is. Here it is. What they did to it. Normal. Ah! Normal. Ah! It's so bad. Oh. Yeah. So that's the castle for Christmas. Pinko, you have reached the end of our discussion on the castle for Christmas. So that's probably a good time for you to end. You know what we can talk about next? The thing that we watched after this was the Netflix show on ancient apocalypses, which was bad in a different way. But since we've come to the end of our Castle for Christmas discussion session, I will change up the music, and then we can unless anyone's got any other questions, anything they want me to talk about, anything they're interested in, as ever, fire me questions. Feel free to send me off topic. That's the whole purpose of today. We've got a lot of wine to get through, a lot more chatting to do, but I will change up the music now just for fun. Sorry, I wasn't feeling that. That was all. Was that all silent that whole time? That must have been incredibly boring for everyone. Oh no, it was alright. It's fine. Cool. Right. So the thing that we watched after A Castle for Christmas, which, you know, we were after that we were looking for something stress free, something to lower the hackles, as it were, after the stressful time of A Castle for... Oh, you know what I forgot about The Castle for Christmas? I'm sure I will remember more as time goes on. You know what I forgot was that the original taxi driver that took her from Edinburgh Airport all around Scotland, everywhere around Scotland before she went to Dunbar, turns up 3 times in this film. He is the one taxi driver in this film, and she gets a taxi like 3 or 4 times, and this fucking guy is just like, yeah man, I'm making so much money off of this fucking billionaire American lady. So I'm gonna come back. Like, I will drive from Edinburgh Airport to this fake Aberdeenshire town. I'll do it. Whatever. And he turns up in his fucking tartan taxi every time. But the other film that we watched, series, we watched some of it, because even I have limits. The Ancient Apocalypse show. Now, is anyone aware of the Ancient Apocalypse show? It's been trending on Netflix for a little while now. Sound off in the chat if you've heard of the Ancient Apocalypse show. No? Leonard has? Ancient Aliens? I don't think it's Ancient Aliens. So I think this show is, I mean, it might as well be, because, you know, whatever, fuck it. But it's basically basically Ancient Aliens. Let's have some context for the Ancient Aliens. So there's this character called, let me find this. Ancient Apocalypse. This character called what's his name? Graham Hancock. Now, I hate to say it, Graham Hancock is Scottish. Unfortunately, we have to claim this motherfucker. But he is a character who was a former chief correspondent for The Economist. He worked for New Internationalist, which is a really good magazine, a cooperative magazine that does lots of interesting internationalist, left-wing internationalist reporting. He's worked for a bunch of really well-established newspapers and journals. And he is a conspiracy theorist who believes that there is a conspiracy to hide a secret ancient civilization on Earth that explains why some populations in parts of the world built pyramids, basically. So it's basically like an anti-indigenous, anti-Semitic, basically, conspiracy theory that a bunch of ancient civilizations which died out were the ones who taught other civilizations to build shit. Because how could the silly indigenous people learn how to build a pyramid, basically? And it's utterly the reason. So I found out the reason that this show got commissioned on Netflix is because his son is the head of like procurement at Netflix. Oh, by the way, Joe Rogan's really into it. Joe Rogan's a big fan of this guy. He loves ancient apocalypse stuff. And his son is the head of procurement in Netflix and commissioned this show, and it has been trending for about a month now. Excuse me. Is it the Tartary thing? I don't know about. I don't know. So we watched like 4 episodes of this, and before we were all like, yeah, I can't handle anymore. This is about the limit of it. The argument is basically this guy's not an archaeologist. He is not a historian. He is I think he is a conspiracy theorist who has been discredited innumerable times by actual archaeologists, actual historians. And even during the course of making the show, a bunch of archaeologists came out and were like, very few archaeologists were interviewed for this show, but the ones who were like, oh, we were interviewed under false pretenses, and they have cut up our interview in ways that make it look like we're supporting this guy's statement that there was a secret ancient civilization. That there was basically aliens. I think it's giants. It's like it's hard to tell whether he believes that there are actually giants, but the impression you get is that there's giants who helped build the pyramids of Giza and the pyramids of like Turtle Island. What he refers to as the Aztecs, which, of course, if anyone who's got any familiarity with the indigenous populations of what is now South America, Aztecs is not a term which makes any sense to that group. It was one that was imposed on them by the outside, and encompasses a bunch of like different groups, whatever. And basically, he argues. It's a really funny segment. He's like, lots of different populations use the structure of a pyramid, and archaeologists have argued that the reason they use a pyramid is because it's the highest. You can build a really high structure with this stable base, and that's the reason. But what if it was giants? What if it was giants who did it actually? What if it was a one civilization who was giants who made these structures? Like, it could be that these were, like, archaeologists want you to believe that it was actually just like a structure that was stable. But what if it was fucking giants? And that is about the tenor of the level of conversation that this guy has. And it's like, does Atlantis get mentioned? Not in the episodes that we saw, but it might as well be Atlantis. Like, it might as well be it. Like, who cares? It's just like they're taking random things and being like, yeah, this is Atlantis. This is Atlantis. These are giants who helped. These are. At one point, he's like, yeah, the Ice Age. The Ice Age ended, and after the Ice Age, these people came to build pyramids in these different contexts, but the time period between the different pyramid locations is like 3,000 years. So for his thing to make sense, you've got to assume that people lived to 3,000 years old, at least. Um, that's basically it. And every now and then Joe Rogan pops up, and Joe Rogan in his big fucking gorilla head is like, yeah, it's actually amazing. Yeah, scientists don't know how to explain this stuff, but here's Graham, and he comes with this really incredible heterodox mind, and he's like, yeah, of course, it's an ancient civilization. It's really amazing, and they're trying to silence him. For really throwing up, because archaeologists don't want you to believe this stuff, and you're just like, Joe, why would archaeologists not want you to believe this stuff? What would be the reason archaeologists don't want you to believe this stuff, Joe? Why? Joe, can you turn your bowling ball head and try to figure out why archaeologists wouldn't want people to believe this stuff, Joe? Just to maybe think about it for just a wee second, Joe. Just one sweet second. Yeah, that was bad. It was a bad show. Did not enjoy that. Did not enjoy that show. Did have mulled wine. That was good. So those were the two bad things that I watched since last stream. The real ones that took the cake in terms of bad shit that I've watched. I like these streams do end up me just like complaining about bad stuff I've watched, don't they? Oh man, academic stuff. Oh, do you want to hear some academic gossip? Who wants to hear some academic gossip? Good stuff. The good stuff I've watched. What's some good stuff I watched? I will do the wee gossip first, and then I'll have a think about good stuff. So I was in a meeting today, with some folk, and like this isn't. I don't know how interesting this is going to be to you. To me, it was funny. But it was this meeting among like academics in my field, and one woman started like fully attacking this guy for not having an ontology of human rights in this really bizarre way. I was sitting in this meeting, and it was the purpose of the meeting was like basically how are we going to organize a conference that's going on. That was basically it. It was that there was not meant to be any like contentious issues at play. There wasn't supposed to be any like debating about the actual content of the work that we're doing. So we were just talking about like, yeah, this is where we want to take this stuff. And this woman like comes up and it's like, I actually I hate everything that you've just said. I think that everything that you've just said is terrible, and I think that we as sociologists of human rights should actually be really concerned about the stuff that you've just said. And the stuff is basically like, the stuff that the person was saying was like, human rights are the product of, it's like kind of post-structuralist maybe, but kind of like discourse analysis, like human rights are the product of various contestations of who uses them, who comes up with them, whatever, fine. And this lady was like, no, human rights are innate because we're human, and that's the only reason. And I think it's horrible that anyone would suggest otherwise. And I started texting my friend who was in this meeting, being like, man, someone asked me to be like to like this woman was like asking him to justify why people would care about human rights, and like, man, if someone asked me that, I'd be like, I don't care. Why should you care about human rights? Because people use them. But why should they have any moral force? I don't care. Sorry, doesn't matter to me. You can. Some fucking. Your ontology of human rights means that there isn't a firm belief in the moral legitimacy of them of all time. Okay, sure, I don't care. Sorry, doesn't bother me. And it went on for like half an hour. My supervisor was texting me through it as well, and like me, my supervisor, and like my friend who were all in the meeting were just like sitting there with our hands over our mouths trying to like stifle our laughs. But when each new text came in, it would just be like, yes, we're being very serious right now. It was very silly. Oh god. Yeah. I should do another video on human rights at some point, because I feel like the last video wasn't very viewed, and I feel like there's still some interesting stuff to talk about in terms of human rights and sociologies of human rights and that stuff that could be interesting to folk, and finally get people to stop watching that CCK philosophy video on human rights, which is so bad, anyone who's in chat right now, if you've ever watched the CCK philosophy video on human rights, that video is poorly researched, lacks any engagement with current human rights literature, has blatant factual inaccuracies, and is really bad. Do not watch that video. I know it's got like a big position in the left YouTube. It's a really bad video. Do not watch it. Do not recommend it. That's like, it annoys me every time it appears. Someone like retweets it on YouTube. It's like, oh, this is such a good video on human rights. It's like, it's not. That wasn't a good video on human rights. Please stop it. So, anything good? The sound quality is bad on the sound quality is bad here on this stream. If the sound quality is bad on this stream, that's just because I have bad gear. I'm gonna try and get a new microphone. Oh, the CCK vid. Oh, okay, fair enough. If the video, I am sure CCK has done. I have watched and enjoyed CCK's videos, and I'm sure that many of the videos, I'm sure that all of the videos that they've done since then are good, but the quality of that video was such that, because this is an area that I have expertise in, and because the quality was so poor, I can't trust anything else that they put out, which is a shame, because I'm sure that they've done good stuff. I'm sure that the stuff they've done since then has been good, but that video is really, really bad. It's just not a good video. But and done with the negativity. Let's have a think. What's some good stuff I've watched since then? What's some fun stuff I've watched? What have I watched since? I've not really. The things that I've seen recently have been the Matilda musical that we've already spoken about. I've not watched any new shows, so I don't know if there's anything fun that I can talk about. And some I actually might confuse. It's just like, if you want to argue that the hegemonic form of human rights is legalistic and bound within the NGO framework, fine. It's a perfectly legitimate point. If you want to argue that human rights necessarily is bourgeois and individualistic, then you haven't engaged with a wealth of literature, of social movements, of arguments, which shows that to be quite conclusively not true. There's a very good article by Paul O'Connell about what's known as the displacement thesis. The displacement thesis is one that's basically the thesis of that video, but it's posed by a fair amount of left critics of human rights, which basically says that human rights replaces and displaces more radical critiques of the system. Paul O'Connell shows in this article that that's just simply not true. Lots of the time when human rights is invoked, it's specifically not just anti-neoliberal but anti-capitalist, and that is also supported by my own empirical research on this topic, which has found that human rights is used in extremely anti-capitalist ways to basically, and in a few different ways, firstly, in opposition to legalism. Clear way in which human rights is used. They say we don't care about the law. We don't care about these ways in which we don't want a human right enshrined in law. We're just saying this is something that we need. And that something that we need is often housing or education or land or whatever. The second way is an introduction to various left-wing critiques. They say, oh, we have a human right to housing. Then someone says, what does that mean? Does it mean we shouldn't pay rent? It's like, yeah, we shouldn't pay rent. We should decommodify housing. We should have decommodified food. And they add on anti-neoliberal and then anti-capitalist arguments on top of that. And the final one, which is connected to that, is the anti-commodification argument, which seems to be a really clear one within all the activists that I talk to, is that when they use human rights, they tend to use it specifically against the commodification and specifically against commodification of social reproduction, which means commodification of schooling, commodification of housing, commodification of land, commodification of things like access to welfare. All these things are really clear ways in which human rights is used, and they are able to garner support and build not just anti-neoliberal but anti-capitalist human rights movements around that, and that's just like a clear thing. And this isn't particularly like my empirical research and my specific way of articulating that is new, but this is something that's present in the literature and in the human rights literature. And to not be aware of that while you make an argument about human rights is laziness. Wink saying human rights are usually dependent on what the state is willing to give and therefore fairly meaningless. Everyone deserves dignity. Human rights are usually used on obfuscating ways. Not true. Simply not true. There are various different ways in which human rights are created, are acted upon, and are used by social movements in different areas. The legal way, sure. If someone says I want a legal right to a thing, whatever, the law is not an effective way of pursuing change, but the way that human rights is used by a variety of social movements in these different cases is not obfuscating. In fact, it is often revelatory. So it reveals the ways in which education is commodified, and it reveals the ways in which housing is commodified. It reveals all these different things, and the reason it's used is because it's an easily accessible language of revealing these things, and it has been used to great effect in many different contexts. And there's a really easy, like, the simple argument is to discount it because it says, the hegemonic legal framework is hegemonic and legal and liberal, because it is. It's the hegemonic expression, but it's not like true. It's not true in the larger sort of understanding of how human rights is used. And it's if you're going to do a video on it, and not engage with about 30 years of research at this point on human rights, then you're failing at your job as an educator on YouTube, and in my view, and I think that is a failure of a video. Just do some work. There's so many examples. The Via Campesina, the international agrarian movement, has used human rights to coalesce internationalist mass movement on which is specifically anti-legalistic. It's specifically against the enshrinement of new human rights in the international legal order, because they recognize that enshrinement in the legal order is a path to not getting what you need. But they've used the human rights frame as basically what's called a rights master frame, as basically an accessible way of connecting disparate social movements into one master frame. And this isn't to say that human rights is like an all-round fix for things. That human rights is something that is particularly useful in all these cases, because there are many cases where it isn't. And I think one good example for human rights is particularly limited is in things like LGBT rights, because for my money, it's the commodification of things that's the determinant of whether or not you say you have a right to something. If you're saying LGBT rights, that's more ephemeral and it has less effect, and that's why we've seen LGBTQ movements moving away from rights and towards liberation. And it's the engagement with the particular groups and the ways in which they use rights that we find out these things, find out their uses, and find out why gay liberation has moved from rights to liberation, why trans liberation has moved from trans rights to trans liberation, but why housing has stayed not with housing liberation but gone to housing rights. Saying human rights are only useful if you convince people you're human. I mean, maybe that's one of the arguments, but like, there's a solidarity thing. Like, if you're an anti-colonial movement, you're like, okay, we're gonna use this. All right, and we're back. Sorry, we lost for a second. We don't have to convince the IMF, the World Bank, that you're human. You have to convince the other colonized people that you're human, and that's just a general issue of solidarity movements and decolonial practice. You don't have to convince anyone in a power position that you're human, because we're not asking those people for them to recognize our humanity. You're using the frame of human rights to be like, this is an easily accessible framework in which you can understand injustice. Here, let us organize around it, build upon it, and have some praxis around it. That's basically it. What's my research? So my research looks at the ways in which social movements in the UK use human rights to organise, specifically against neoliberal austerity. But what I have found is that their arguments extend far beyond neoliberal austerity. So the three major findings, which I'm writing up right now, are that human rights is used. There are basically three prongs to the theory. One is that, counter to a lot of arguments, human rights are not innately legalistic and individualistic. In fact, that the groups that use human rights the groups that use human rights are specifically they specifically reject legalism almost consistently. The more that a group associates human rights with legalism, the less likely they are to use it. Otherwise, they just roundly reject it. And it's not just legalism, but the general NGO framework as well. So lots of these radical groups will reject Amnesty International, reject Human Rights Watch, reject the entire human rights NGO framework as well as international law, because they recognize that these institutions will confine them into particular ways of organizing and ways of being. And that is in opposition to a lot of perceptions of human rights that it innately drags them towards legalism. Simply doesn't. That's simply just not true with radical movements. The second finding, basically, is that these groups use human rights as a base upon which they build further critiques. So they use human rights as an introduction, whether that is an introduction in a street stall to say housing is a human right, education is a human right, land access is a right, healthcare is a human right. They use it as an access point upon which they build further critique. And that critique, particularly in those people I interviewed in housing and education, is explicitly anti-capitalist. And the third point is the way that human rights is most effectively used is this anti-commodification. And this is supported by the work of Paul O'Connell, who argues that the Right to Water campaign in Ireland, which is the single biggest mass social movement in Ireland since the Wars of Independence in Ireland, was organised around a right to water, which was specifically anti-commodification of water. Similarly, a bunch of like the anti-commodification of education, anti-commodification of healthcare, and the implications of that for neoliberalism is that neoliberalism is built on a commodification of the means of social reproduction, the commodification of the extension of markets, basically, is what that means. The commodification of education, of healthcare, such and such. So if you block that through these social movements, which are anti-commodification, then you are blocking a specific way through which neoliberalism reproduces itself and continues being. So the effect of these movements is quite radically anti-neoliberal and potentially radically anti-capitalist, because although capitalism and neoliberalism aren't synonymous, the existence of neoliberalism right now is the existence of capitalism. So tackling one necessarily means that you're tackling something. You're tackling both of these things at once. So those are basically the three main points of my thesis at this point. I've not published those findings yet because I'm still writing up my thesis. But I'm trying to do I've written an abstract for a conference in April, and if I get into that, then I'll publish some findings there. And anyone who's a patron, I'm just gonna put my PhD on Patreon for anyone who's a patron. So fuck that. When it's ready, I'm just gonna dump it there. I do have a video on human rights coin. I have one on human rights and Marxism it's slightly less developed because it's about 18 months old, but I have got one. Thoughts on human rights as a frame for criminal justice reform, more specifically prison abolition. I mean, my general thinking is with these things is following from, like, there's a social movement, Marxist social movement theorist called Colin Barker, who unfortunately died a couple of years ago, and his argument was that us as Marxists shouldn't go into a movement with a framework which we then impose on the movement. Rather, we find the movement as it is, and we find ways of developing it into being radical, into being anti-capitalist. From what I've seen, the prison abolitionist movement is not one that uses the human rights framework. So I wouldn't go into a prison abolitionist movement and be like, hey, have you considered using the human rights framework? Because if they don't, there's no point just like telling them to use it. It might not be what they find useful. I would also think that within the maybe there's a commodification argument within prison abolition, because the way in which there is, because a lot of the education stuff links to prisons. The commodification of education has linked to increased exclusion of black, GRT and disabled students from education, which has dramatically increased their likelihood of being put into the British prison system. So in terms of a prison abolition argument, it would come from that side of the education side, of the commodification of these sort of areas of social reproduction. That's where I would make a human rights argument, but I wouldn't necessarily say that and unless there is some sort of organic human rights movement which uses it to argue for abolition, it's not something I would then go and be like, hey, have you thought about using human rights here? Abolition, I think, is its own framework which is useful. Maybe human rights can be useful in some cases. I would suspect that they probably use human rights a little bit, maybe. Anyway, that's my rant about human rights. This is the other side of my sort of academic area of expertise that gets seen less on YouTube, because, to be honest, I'm less interested in human rights than I am with neoliberalism. I think human rights is a pragmatically, potentially useful thing. But I am more interested in the political theory as compared to the human rights stuff. That's my lecture over. Sorry for being annoyed. Let's get another tune. you're right, Quint, that the ways in which rights are used, particularly particularly with LGBT rights, is often really negative. The way in which the neoliberal subsumption of liberation within a rights talk is negative. I think that's true. I think that's undeniably true. But that is not the entirety of what the wide and diverse field of human rights is. And I don't think it is necessarily a thing that tends towards, like, that the human rights pushes people towards. For my money, in my theory, the way that human rights is most effectively used is in this challenging of commodification, which means that, particularly for, I think this is the same case for like civil rights. I think that the way Marx's writing on the essay on the Jewish question, which is to stop people from panicking, is a question which Marx advocates for the provision of civil liberties and civil rights to Jewish citizens in Europe, but argues that that isn't enough for full emancipation because of all these like issues. Unfortunately named, but also just like that's the naming pattern, the naming convention of lots of 19th century political and what we call sociological literature now. I think that is looking back, I think that for civil rights, for LGBT rights, a lot of the case is I think that is a very legitimate and very incisive critique to say that rights as enshrined through civil society and through law is a facade which maintains a general oppression of different groups of people. But that is not the entirety of human rights, and one of the it's a sort of double-edged sword with the wider field of human rights, because by being wider than that, it allows multiple interpretations and uses which have been radical, but it also allows a vagary which benefits the hegemonic understanding as well. And so the sort of nub of the sociological point, which a lot of my work kind of deals with, is how does that sociological contestation exist? And a lot of that is drawn on Gramscian analysis of hegemony versus counter-hegemony, because a lot of these similar arguments that we make about human rights are arguments that are present within general hegemonic versus counter-hegemonic thought, and they're present within like trade unionism. There's strong arguments about, like, if you took a really narrow view of trade unionism, you could come to a conclusion that trade unionism is bourgeois, because if you viewed trade unionism as it exists in this country, via a hegemonic understanding of it, via its expression through the law, then you could come to the understanding that trade unionism doesn't organise the working class, but facilitates the relationship between the working class and capital. And that would be a legitimate conclusion to come to, because in many instances it is true. A lot of trade unions, especially the bigger ones, are facilitating a relationship between capital and the working classes, and not challenging or organising worker power. A really good example of that is we have a union in this country called GMB, and they've been known for a long time for being a scab union, basically. But they're a big union, and they take on a lot of more professional workers, So what GMB did was there was a organised strike of Deliveroo drivers, organised by a smaller union called IWGB. GMB stepped in and they organised a recognition agreement between Deliveroo and themselves, representing the Deliveroo drivers, and they basically fucked over IWGB. And in that instance, what happened was trade unionism facilitated and actively disorganised the working class against capital. So if you took as restrictive a view of human rights as you do of trade unionism, you could easily come to a conclusion that trade unionism as such necessarily disorganises and facilitates the relationship between capital and the working class. And that, I don't think that's a stretch, because it's not as if this is just one case. This has been the case for trade unionism in the UK for a long time. These arguments about trade unionism go back to the mid-20th century. Althusser makes arguments about trade unionism being part of the ideological state apparatus because of the way in which big trade unions don't organise but facilitate relationships. So there does seem to be, when people on the left talk about human rights, there seems to be a constraining of their view of it, which wouldn't fly when we consider other ways in which people organise. But because it's this human rights view, they seem to take this really restrictive view, and the reason that that's negative is because it means that people take a really negative view of groups that use human rights. Like, I've seen otherwise committed comrades discount movements that have made big progress because the movement had a right to housing in their name and their demand. To be like, oh, they're liberals because they say a right to housing, but they're not. They're as radical, and if not more so, than a lot of the time of the trade unions. And it's really, really frustrating trying to navigate that on the ground. That's where a lot of my frustration with this particular narrow understanding of human rights comes. It's not just like no, quick. I hope you don't think I'm like attacking you. This is very much me being like, this is a specific thing that gets to me, and this is specifically an area of my expertise. I'm not like, I don't want you to think I'm like attacking you specifically. This is like this is a thing which is present within a lot of views of human rights, which is frustrating to me and which I have to deal with a lot of the time. And yeah, it's a weird sort of view that a lot of people seem to have. Hello, how are we doing? What's the time? It's nearly midnight. We'll keep going until the wine's gone, and then we'll end. But anyway, that's been my free lecture on human rights tonight. Ugh. Fuck me. We got a fair amount of wine to go through yet. Anyone who's not interested in human rights tonight has had a real negative, like, past half hour. Yeah, so the reason this stuff is more on my mind right now is specifically because I am finishing up the PhD right now. I'm writing my last chapter, and this is the topic of my last chapter, and the grounded theory of how human rights is used by various social movements. Fucking my hair. By various social movements, so it's on the brain, as it were. How many folk are we got at the moment? Oh, you know what I'm gonna do, by the way? I have got access to a free copy of Peter Coffin's new book. So my initial plan with that was to do a fun, how many? Only 20. Not that many. 28. We can do more. Marxistly phrased but overall naff critiques of human rights give impressions of a standpoint from which this stuff is like theoretical only. Like, yeah, for sure, that's all bourgeois. I mean, a lot of it looks like that a lot of the time. So that's certainly the case. Not again. This is quick. I hope this is not you. It's specifically not you. You're good. You're grand. The CTK philosophy video is very much that, and there are some critiques that are very much that. I've read a lot of them. They're not good. You just a lot of the time you just end up saying, like, people will be like, oh yeah, human rights makes people act individually and legalistically, and you're like, well, what if it doesn't? What if it doesn't do that? And a lot of the time they don't provide evidence for it. A lot of the time in a lot of the Marxist critiques of human rights, they and I don't, you know me, I'm not a quant guy. I hate the quantitative. It's not my thing. I'm a qual guy. I'm a theory guy. I think it's perfectly legitimate to come to a conclusion via the theories of your work. But a lot of the time the Marxist theories of the work don't fully engage with the actual theory. So Paul O'Connell, again, very good writer on. He's a Marxist Irish Republican sound guy. He actually did my upgrade Viva, my sort of mock Viva to get me into the PhD program. He's a lovely guy. A lot of his work is on the Marxist views of human rights, similar to mine. And one of his papers looks at the theoretical idea that human rights is necessarily individualistic via the law. And even when you take it in this worst position, because the legal aspect of human rights is its worst manifestation, 100%. I don't think it's useful. I don't think it's valuable. But Paul O'Connell takes a look at it and he says, is it individualistic to look at human rights via the international legal order? And what he finds through taking these logical steps is that no, it's not necessarily individualistic. The ideas of taking the logical ideas of, like, economic and social, group rights, civil and political rights to their conclusions does not reach a necessarily individualistic conclusion. And this is something that Marx himself finds, because Marx himself organises around rights a lot of the time, particularly in the right to a free press. That's one thing that Marx very clearly, very specifically organises around. The right to a working day that is limited to particular times is another thing that Marx advocates for within his praxis and within his work. And Paul O'Connell takes these things and starts, like, critically engaging with them, and it's really interesting, and the ways in which people use them. And you can argue that's Marx at his most reformist, but you know, it's still a valuable the sort of social movements theory around that would be like, this is a valuable area to organise around to then build further social movements around. I lost track of what I was saying before this. What was I saying? Anyway, yeah, human rights. Entering into the convo a little late, but the discourse around human rights feels like the epitome of academics getting so wrapped up in our academia that we fully detach from the world and why things matter. Sometimes, I mean, the story that I told earlier, which you weren't party to, of course, was is very much that about so I was talking about an academic who was like, oh yeah, without an ontology of the human, how can we say that human rights matters? It's like, who cares? I don't care about that. And that's very a lot of the research on human rights, you find yourself going, I don't care. You get a lot of stuff which reference. Does anyone? We all know here that I hate John Rawls, right? Did everyone watch the Philosophy Tube video on the social contract? Because if you've seen the Philosophy Tube video on the social contract, then that gives you a sort of good introduction to why I would hate John Rawls. So the social contract here, Abby uses Charles Mills as the sort of radical. Rawls here, she knows. Charles Mills is sort of the radical end of it. I have mixed feelings on Charles Mills, but Rawls was probably the last big social contract theorist, and so much terrible, awful human rights work. Like, if you're reading two things. If you're reading bad human rights research, it will cite, Kian, I know you dislike Charles Mills, and welcome to the chat, Kian. The worst human rights research you will find cites Hannah Arendt, John Rawls. Anytime you see those two thinkers, you're gonna be like, we're in for some shit times. We're in for some rubbish theorizing about like some detached theory of rights, which isn't grounded in an actual movement or praxis or value or anything. Rawls worse than Arendt. A lot of Rawls' stuff necessarily is detached, because that's the whole point of Rawls, is that you're detached, but still assuming certain things, still assuming a state, still assuming a relatively stable order. I really hate Rawls. See you later. I hope your class is on human rights, otherwise this has been pointless. Can anyone remember what I was about to talk about before I got dragged back into talking about human rights? Hello, Critical Revolt, how are you doing? Talk about a book. Oh! Peter Coffin, that was right. Yeah, that's right. Oh. Yes, so I got a copy of Peter Coffin's new book. I've not started it yet. So the initial plan for that, so the initial plan for that was to do like a stupid video of being like, I'm reading a Peter Coffin book. It's gonna be terrible, whatever. But I've decided to read the book that Coffin's book is supposedly responding to first, or at least in conjunction with, so I can be like, how much bullshit. Peter Coffin, CGA0. Peter Coffin is a YouTuber who used to be kind of big in the scene. When I first started, they were like mentioned alongside Philosophy Tube, H-Bomber Guy, as like one of the bigger YouTubers in the left sphere, but they were so abrasive and annoying that they sort of, everybody just sort of fell out with them, and that sort of drove them to a kind of contrarianism. So now at this point they spend their time arguing about like how patriotic socialism is the way to go, and how degrowth is actually eugenics, and bullshit like that. Nothing good. Not kind of stupid. And so when I find out that they had written a book on on degrowth, I was like, yeah, as a patriotic socialism person, I was like, I'm gonna read this for my own amusement. So I thought that I would maybe have time to do a silly video on that before Christmas, but I think it might be after Christmas or sometime next year before I get round to it. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to reading that. I've heard it is unsurprisingly bad, so that'll be fun. Hopefully, if all goes well, I'm going to have a very exciting video for everyone in January. Something that I can't talk about right now, but if everything goes well around the Christmas period, I'm going to have something exciting and something that I've been wanting to talk about for several months but been unable to. Not like a big thing, but it's like something that's been on my mind and something that I've been wanting to talk about, and something that I think is teaser for the forbidden. Yeah, exactly. Something that is valuable, I think, and something that's more kind of personal, as a more sort of personal video essay, which should be fun. So hopefully that I should have that on in January. I should have another stream before the end of the year. Yeah, I'll have another stream before the end of the year, and we'll do like a retrospective of all the videos I've done this year, because we've not done as many as previous years, but I think I've been really pleased with a lot of the stuff I've put out this year. Particularly the work on the masculinity video, I'm extremely proud of. I'm really pleased with how that turned out. I think that is some of my best stuff I've done. The video on disability, which is not as viewed as I would like it to be, is I think a really good piece of work. And the video on the G word, Adam Conover's G word, is I'm really pleased with how that came out as a term of as a video making kind of piece, more than like a script wise. I think the technical video side of it is better than anything I've done in the past. So I've got some good stuff that I'd like to talk about more. But yeah, I've got some exciting stuff coming forward that hopefully we can bring into the new year. Open up some new stuff. Hello Sam, hope you're having a good day. I think the Wednesday thing will be quite fun as well. Again, like, the tone of this Wednesday Addams video is going to be... The difference is, like, it's going to be a fun tone. It's going to be like the Chicken Run one. It's going to be kind of like, you know... It's not fully serious, because, you know, it's fun to talk about these pieces of media. I love the Addams Family. So it's gonna be a little bit more of a fun video, but I really hated that Wednesday Addams series. So there's a bit more bite to this one than there is to the Chicken Run one. Also, there's a little bit less going. I love the Addams Family. I love the 90s movies, and there's a little bit less going on with them than there is with Chicken Run, which is a very funny sentence. But it should be a fun video. Yes, Bastani. Yes, I will be getting to the Bastani thing. Hopefully, so the plan is to write and film the Wednesday Addams series, the Wednesday and the Addams Family one, and have it filmed before I go back up to Scotland for the holidays next Monday. Not this coming Monday, but Monday after. And if I get it done before then I can focus on doing that review of Bastani's book. If it's not now, then it will be early in January. I am quite interested to finally read that book. I am not expecting it to be good. I was invited to go by a friend of mine. Was invited to go to the Novara party tomorrow. I have another friend who's throwing a party, and I was like, not feeling going to a Novara party tomorrow. But yeah, Wednesday Addams fucking sucked. Does anyone want to see a cat? I will wait until someone. You want a cat? Desperately. Always, yes. Is that the general? I don't know if that's. Always want to see a cat. Is that enough? Yeah, want to see a cat. I'm not sure. Bastani's book can't be as bad as Paul Mason's on fascism. Maybe I'll read Paul's. Oh, that's the cat trying to get into the room. I'll get the cat. Here he is. The long boy. Look at him tick like a clock. Do you want to say hello? His name is Anton. His name is Anton. Sometimes he's a prick. A lot of the time he's lovely. He has really big ears, yeah. He's not patient. He yells at the door if people aren't giving him attention. He just loves attention. So he's not being patient right now. This is what he enjoys. He enjoys being picked up and tickled. He hates being left alone. Has he been up to shenanigans? He scratched my finger today. He's been trying to eat my plants. He's now licking my thumb. His breath smells so bad. He tore down the Christmas decorations I've got here. He's a menace. He just got a new bunch of. He's on a diet because he's a little bit large. He's like twice as heavy as he's supposed to be. This is a stupid cat. And so he's on a diet, and he's on this very fancy food because he's my flatmate's cat, technically. and he's on this new food. And yesterday he was like, "This new food is not delicious enough for me. It is expensive. It is gourmet, but it is not delicious for me." So he vomited it up all over the floor. And then he got the old food back and he was like, this is my shit. This is my shit right here. Yeah, he's a menace. Can you all hear him purring? He's loving it. He loves the attention. Yeah. He absolutely adores me, though. Look at how he looks at me. Alright, that's enough. We'll chuck you out. Oh, I can't even look at the music. Right. I will chuck you out now. Yes, I'll chuck you out. Baby. Say bye to everyone. And that's the cat. He really does love me. It's sometimes a little disturbing how much that cat loves me. Alright, this is the last of the wine, so for the end of the stream, we've got this amount of wine to go. I will make a new song and then we'll continue. Then we'll finish. We won't finish after the song, but we'll make a new song and then we'll continue. As ever, while I'm trying to make something that's fun, questions and everything, yeah. And we will come up with new things to talk about. If there's nothing new to talk about, I'll fucking ramble as I normally do.
Yeah, like we need some topics to talk about. Someone throw something at me. You know, the thing is, if you do want to hear me sing, I do have a full album on Bandcamp, which includes me singing. If you go to bandcamp.com/JohnTheDuncan, the first album, Laptop Music. I can't sing right now because my flatmate is in. But if you want to hear me sing, yeah, you can do that. You Damaged Dwight. I've not seen the new episode. I enjoyed the first episode of the new D20. We got some stuff to work with here. Why am I so vehemently opposed to reading Hegel? I have a friend who's just like too hot to read Hegel, and I cannot acquiesce to that. I cannot accept that I am not hot enough to read Hegel. That. Also, I can't really be bothered. I'm sure there's stuff to get from Hegel, but I'm sure there's as much to get from anywhere else. What else did I see here? D20, I enjoyed it. I need to watch the new episode of Dimension 20. Maybe I'll watch that. I won't have time this weekend. Or maybe I'll watch that next week. You know I love Dimension 20. It would be a dream of mine to play a game of Dimension 20. Like, if Brennan Lee Mulligan had an active Twitter presence, I would be in those mentions, just being like, just desperate to get attention. I would be after that. I'd be like, yeah, I have a mild social media presence, Brendan. I may not have a passport, but if you want to put me in one of your games, I would be against it. If you want me to do some, I'd be very happy, Brennan. If Brennan Lee Mulligan is watching this, part of me, a little bit, I feel I may have burnt a bridge with the video on Adam Conover's show, because I know that Adam Conover and Brennan Lee Mulligan from Dimension 20 are friends, and I kind of feel like, by being honest with how I feel about that show and how that show is liberal propaganda, I might have burnt a bridge that would otherwise have been nice to cultivate. Probably, but at this point, I will still give a heartfelt plea to the Dimension 20 cast to be like, hey, have you got a wee short series? You want to get wee John on the go? I can be fun. It's not all fucking neoliberalism and the death of the world over here. I'm funny. Get me on your show. I'll do Dimension 20 like that. I would need to buy a passport. My passport is out of date, so give me at least 6 to 8 weeks before you tell me. The Marxism and Andor. We talked about Andor in the last stream. Andor is so good. I don't think Forrest Whitaker's character is an anarchist, really. I don't think that makes sense within the sort of world of Star Wars. I think he's the most correct man in Star Wars. I don't think he's a anarchist though. Andor was so good though. I loved that show. That show was really, really good. What are my favorite Christmas movie? Muppets Christmas Carol. 100% charming as fuck. I love the Muppets Christmas Carol. I watched it last week. It's so good. I might watch it again. I mean, the Marxism in Andor is explicit. The bank robbery scene is explicitly based on Stalin. Stalin robbing Georgian banks to fund the Bolsheviks. The creators of the show have said this is what it's based on. Which is amazing. It's great. So if anything, Andor is Stalin, a young Stalin, and Nemec is Trotsky. Aiden, I don't think there was animosity to me. What I think is that there was a feeling that he wanted me to accept that what he was doing in that show was sincere, which I believe it was. And I think he perceived my criticism as being like, I'm criticizing him for being insincere, which is why we had the big like talk about it being propaganda, because I think for Adam, propaganda was insincere, which for me I don't think it is. And I think the level of animosity is Adam viewing my criticism as being like, you're being insincere, you're pushing an agenda through to get profit from Netflix, which I don't which I don't think is the case. I think that going into that show, Adam had good intentions, and I think that he believes that doing that show allowed him to open up a level of movement to the left from a small government right, which was in his mind positive. But the basis and the tenor of my critique is that that's not how that works, and that's by accepting general frames of the state and of the role of the state, especially in the role of the state in social reproduction, and the sort of Gramscian tenor of my critique is like, it ends up being propaganda intentionally or not. And that's why early on in both the video and both the interview with Adam, I talk about Chomsky, because for Chomsky it's not about intent. Whether or not Andrew Marr is intending to be propaganda for the state is irrelevant. What's important is the position that he is in and the safety that particular actors feel in producing a piece of content with him. And in the case with Adam, it's Obama. Obama feels safe enough to produce a piece of content, and Adam fully accepts that. Early on, he says that the work is compromised because Obama's part of it, which is, to me, was quite stunning, to be honest. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I don't think it's dishonest, but it's quite stunning that he was quite clear and willing to be like, yeah, this piece of work is hugely compromised. For him, the compromise was worth it. For me, it wasn't. Is basically the division there. But I have noticed. So chill Goblin. I DM'd Adam recently saying like I watched his video on billionaires and I liked it. I got no reply. Because again, I want to maintain this relationship. He's a good person to have a sort of a relation with, and I don't think he's like, I think he has, like, I don't think he's a bad person, and I think that's something that he wanted to get across, and it's like I think his work has since then has been good. But yeah, I'm not. I think he probably did not like the video that I made about that show. In my defense, it was a really bad show, and it was in many ways not just liberal propaganda, but neoliberal propaganda. So Chill Goblin, Chill Goblin made this post being like, oh, isn't it weird? Seems like Adam's been making much more anti-capitalist work since that John Duncan video. And one of the replies said, Adam's been making anti-capitalist work for years, and Adam liked that comment, and that's the only interaction that I've had with him since. I've been it'd be nice to chat with him again. I think he's an interesting guy. I think he's a sincere I think he's a sincere guy that we have disagreements with. And I think that's fine. Innocent Fugitive, it does look like that. Do I think it's impossible to make a show like that that isn't propaganda? I don't think it's possible to make a show that has Obama's involvement in it without it being propaganda. Maybe you can make a Netflix show. Obama's involvement is more damning than it being Netflix, in my view, because I feel like Netflix can fund shit that makes them money, and to an extent that is what Obama's doing. But Obama wants an image. I don't think there's a way to do it. I think there's a way to do so one of the interesting arguments that Adam made during the interview was that we had to appeal to a particular type of person, and that led to a moderate sort of position. So you couldn't make a communist, anti-imperialist argument because I had to appeal to moderates, and I on that count I fully disagree. I think that you can appeal to moderates with communist arguments. I think it's not necessarily easy, and it requires a rhetorical skill, but I don't think it's impossible. And I think if you're going to make a show on Netflix about the role of the government, and you want it to be communist, I feel like you probably can. I mean, we've had, Andor exists as a piece of fiction, which Andor's not explicitly socialist, but it's anti-imperial, anti-fascist in a really, really interesting way, which has implied anti-capitalism to it. And I don't see why you couldn't make a show that is similar. You couldn't make a show that says that you wouldn't have me on Netflix saying, everybody stop working right now, pick up arms and march on your capital. That wouldn't happen. But you could have me on Netflix talking about how the reason that the COVID response in the US was so bad was not just because of neoliberalism, but because of a particular capitalist notion of the state. You could have that sort of analysis, I think. I don't think the appealing... I think that the notion that there is a left, a centre and a right, and a linear scale is... I don't buy that. I simply don't believe that's the case. I don't think that... I just don't think a moderate exists. I think people are far more complicated than that. I don't think that you could appeal... I don't think I think there are a whole array of positionalities that come into play that aren't dependent on a left to right spectrum where a moderate is placed. I think the more important positions are things like class positions, race and gender positions, and these things can be, and disability positions as well, and these things can be appealed to in different ways, and none of them exist in a very easy to define left to right spectrum. And I don't think that the way of like pushing people further to the left is necessarily true. Maybe it works for some people, but I don't think it's something that we can rely on. I don't think you can say, shit, we've got these people, these are moderates who, these are the right-wingers who believe in the small state, these are the moderates who believe in the big state, and these are the communists who believe in overthrowing the state. I don't think that's a straight line that we can rely on. And I think that arguing for a big state in opposition to a small conservative state puts us in different directions, and is a challenge to any sort of communist or socialist movement, because fundamentally the capitalist state is not good. It controls us. The way in which it impacts social reproduction is negative. The NHS is better than private healthcare, but the NHS, if anyone saw Abby's video on trans healthcare, the NHS is not a good system. And part of the reason why it's not a good system isn't just because transphobia is a thing that's been added into it, but because transphobia, heteronormativity, is embedded within the state, and embedded within the ways in which the state operates. And you can't overcome that by simply having a bigger state. And these are questions which become difficult to confront if you've been viewing left and right praxis in a linear way. Give him time, not with whatever political views, so much as being okay with interact with. What was that? Andor was very good, yeah. To be honest, like, so a lot of the arguments, I've been in arguments about this before, about like, was anyone here when Shoe on Head was going after me? That was fun. But Shoe on Head basically made the argument, like, or I was like quote tweeting some bullshit, being like, someone was saying we should listen to Nazis or something and we confront Nazis, like whatever. And I was like, this is horseshit. And Shoe on Head came after me, being like, the left does need to listen to the Nazis and understand why they're feeling like that. And it's like, it's a very strange view of the way in which people interact with the world. Like, people, when I say there's no point in engaging with the far right, that's not like some puritanical view. That's not like me saying, these people are beyond redemption. It's a practical perspective born of lots of experience of doing work on the ground, of trying to do on the ground organising work. When you're talking to ordinary people, they don't view the world in this like, are you a socialist, are you a liberal, are you a conservative? They're like, why is my housing so expensive? Why is my food so expensive? Why can't my kid live? Why is my family so ill? Why is my school so underfunded? These are the questions that people are asking. And these are the questions which we mobilise around. And to tie a knot in something. This is the reason why the human rights discourse has relevance for these people, because a lot of the time when people are like, why is my housing so shit? I have a right to this, and you're like, yeah, you do. You have a right to live in a comfortable house. You don't have to be paying 2/3 of your salary to some fucking landlord. You don't have to be sending your kid to a school in which they're degraded and demeaned to produce a certain grade. You don't have to do all this stuff. The reason why this exists is because of all these factors, and it's not about pushing people left, it's about broadening their view of why they're feeling injustice. And I think that's the more important thing than like the pushing people left or right. Thank you for coming, Andy. Oh, was that Andy who was going? Oh no, sorry, Iris. Thank you for coming. Nice vibes, yeah. So yeah, that like the moment generally anyone tells folk on the left are like, oh, you're never gonna win. You're never gonna win if you think that Nazis shouldn't be engaged with. Like 9.9 times out of 10, these are people who don't do any kind of organising work, don't do any kind of activism. You talk to people who are like, even sometimes you talk to people who are like, oh, it's all these immigrants coming over. You can be like, no, it's not though, is it? Because the people who live in your community, your neighbours that you like, are immigrants, and they're not stealing your jobs, are they? You can just talk to people about that shit. And most of the time, it's not the fucking working class who feel that way, because most of the time, most of the folk who are in these communities recognise that it's the folk who are around them all the time who are immigrants and who aren't stealing their jobs. The people who are the vanguard of this shit are people of particular class and racial positions. It's hard to overestimate how much propaganda the average American is internalized, and it takes significant work to undo. It's not exactly intuitive, you know. I mean, that's true, but I think that's a different sort of question to the one of like moving people left or right. Because I think the question of internalized propaganda is one that's true of the left as well. Like the amount of internalized propaganda on the left is massive. I think there's an argument about not making monsters of them because of their the banality of the specific evil of fascism. I think that's a fine argument to make, and I think that's true. The sort of place I worry about that argument is when people are like try to appeal to the humanity of the far right as an argument, and we talked about this in comments, as an argument for like not fucking bullying them. Like, it's fine to bully them. Yeah, it and it's not like it's a weird place where like we all accept that people can be rehabilitated, and I think it's good that people on the left say it's possible for everyone to be rehabilitated, especially those in the far right. But that shit takes work, and it takes personal relationships, like I was saying to you before, and it's really hard, and it's not something that we should demand any oppressed group engage in. I mean, yeah, Sean Head is a right winger, yeah. 100%. Yeah, Hazel, it is hard trying to convince people sometimes about the levels in which. I mean, that's just the basic ABCs of organising. Why are people? Why is your life shit? Sometimes people aren't willing to hear it's because of the landlord. And that's where the value of things like human rights being like, why are you paying this landlord 2/3 of your income to live? Do you think that's okay? And they're like, no, it's not okay, but my landlord's fine. Like, they're nicer than other landlords I've had. And you're like, well, they're still taking 2/3 of your income, and do you think that's fair? And they're the sort of conversations that you just have if you're. So like most Saturdays I'm out on the street doing these conversations. Sometimes with landlords, which is interesting. But most people kind of intuitively understand that the deal of renting is shit. Hazel, don't feel bad about jumble of thoughts. This whole fucking thing is jumble of thoughts. This is stream of consciousness. Oh yeah, innocent fugitive, you are correct on that. Yes. How do I end up with talking a lot? So one of the things I do is work with a renters group, and we do a street stall, and part of the street stall is just standing out there with flyers being like, is your landlord fucking you? Fight for fair housing. And sometimes a landlord comes up to you and is like, I'm a landlord, what's this all about? And you explain it, and they're like, well, what if tenants I've had it a few times. It's like, what if tenants don't pay their rent? What do you do then? And I'm like, well, we always we are a tenants organisation, so we fight with the tenants. Like, what if the tenant isn't paying their rent? I'm like, yeah, but we fight for the tenants. We are a tenants' rights group. We fight for renters, not for landlords. Like, even if landlords aren't getting their money, and I'm like, yes, because we are a renters' rights group. I've had that conversation 3 or 4 times, which is always fun. I think the question of violence in any sort of revolutionary setting, we have violence anytime we do a protest. Anytime you do a march, you do a picket, you do a protest, the police are always there being violent towards you. And the more marginalised the group who is protesting, anytime you're doing like stopping the police from evicting a tenant, stopping the police from stealing a migrant, the police are extra violent. The worse position the victim of the police's violence is, the more violent the police are going to be. So that violence, I simply don't engage with the argument like, oh, are you willing to be violent? No. Fuck that. The police are violent towards us every single day. their violence is continuous, and it is worse for the more marginalised you are. If you are LGBT, if you are non-white, if you're a migrant, if you're disabled, the police will be extra violent towards you. They are the ones who are violent. So if we are violent in return, we are justified in it. I'm not willing to concede that point an inch. Our entire system is built on constant violence. Yeah, if the argument being like you're violent towards the police means that there is not decrease. So the argument that violence necessarily, like any act of violence from anyone else necessarily increases violence, just simply does not hold water. If you've been in any situation, if the police force are trying to deport someone, standing in their way to stop that deportation will be violent. They will be violent towards you. You may be violent towards them. But stopping that person being deported is stopping violence on their part. And you know, it's fine. It's good. And I fully support it. This is how I get banned from YouTube. John lost his entire revenue stream by saying it's fine to stand up to the police. I will be back in 2 minutes. I need to go to the toilet. Alright, we're going to do one last track, and that'll be the end of it. So, this is the last track for tonight. And then we'll call it a day. grapes were a summer thing. Look, if you want me to swallow a grape whole, that's a super chat kind of thing. Alright, it's past 1 o'clock here, so it's probably time for us to draw this to a close. In case unless anyone's got any pressing questions or issues that they'd like to. Where are the grapes? Do you want a grape? Do you want me to swallow a grape whole? Does anyone want? I will leave this room. I will find a frozen grape that I know is in my freezer, and I will swallow it whole. If that's what you want of me. If this is the performance that you didn't that you want from me. Alright, fine. I'll get a grape. I will get one right now. This is what you want. This is a fully frozen grape. This is not defrosted. Look, I should be demanding. I should be more consistent with like demanding super chats for shit like this. But I will fully this is so hard. This grape is so hard. It's so frozen. I will swallow it whole, but it's so hard. It's like a pebble. The grape is a pebble. Okay, alright, here we go. How can you be thirsting over this? I'm swallowing a grape whole. There's nothing sexy about this. Fucking hell. The things I do for you people. That was so bad. Oh my god. I can still feel it. Oh my god. Yep, that was bad. Hey, dying of thirst. Thank you. Yeah, you're the only true comrade among us. My god, that was really bad. Oh god damn. Next time I am gonna let that thaw slightly. That was like swallowing a rock. Oh, good lord. My eyes are still weak. Are still watering after that. Hey, here's some advice. Here's some advice from me to you. Don't swallow frozen grapes. It's bad. It feels bad on the neck. It feels bad on the neck. It feels bad in the chest. Makes your eyes water. It felt unsafe. I am not going to do that again. Good lord. Oh. I am going to eat a whole load of macaroni as soon as I leave this. Alright, I think this is time to bring this to a close. Oh, I forgot to cheers. Dying of thirst. Cheers to the super chats. That's what the super chats get. My god, that was bad. Yeah. Fucking hell. That was clear enough. You can go straight to hell. As if I would eat an olive. I hate olives. Fucking fake grapes. Unless anyone's got any burning questions or desires of things to talk about, we will call that a day here. We'll give it 5 minutes as ever for folk to be like, I want to. If anyone's got any questions or anything that they want to bring up, but I feel like starting a fight with the Italian community. Yeah, I'll start a fight. Thanks everyone for coming along, except anyone who pressured me there into swallowing a solid grape whole. To be fair, that was my fault too. I'll see you around. When will I be around for another stream before Christmas? Let's take a look. No, probably not. We'll see. I might bring up my microphone, and we might do one on the 23rd, which is in 2 weeks. It wouldn't be one with music because all my music stuff is down here and I'll be up at my parents' house, but we might do a wee short stream on the 23rd. We'll do that. We'll do a stream on that day. We'll do a retrospective of the year. But thanks everyone for coming along tonight, and we'll see you on the 23rd, nearly Christmas time. Cheers.